Hello, wizards. Hope you are doing all fine.
Match found.
Having a good evening. Beer. Hello, guys.
Hello! I pick comment!
Hello.
Hola.
Move or get zapped.
Is that a statue of me? This is unexpected.
This is unexpected.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here.
Reloading.
Gotta go. Gotta go. There,
Let's
Let's
go
go.
B!
Let's go B.
there.
Smoke, please. There on B.
I'm out of here.
Cover going
Find
out.
you. Enemy B.
Cover going out.
Reloading. Reloading.
Reloading.
Reloading. Reloading. Go, go, go.
Multiple enemies B.
Healing.
Go.
Finish. Reloading. Nice
One
try.
back, be careful.
Coming through. Gotta.
Last
Spike
player
down.
standing. Spike down B.
We need to go.
Yeah, we need to go.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters. Reloading.
Mid, mid, mid.
Let's
Go
go
mid,
mid.
mid,
Yeah, yeah. Shift, shift, shift.
Shh. Oh, shh. Oh, shh. Shh.
Here. Here.
Reloading. Go, go, go.
Behind, behind, behind.
Go.
Go A, go A.
One enemy
Be at
remaining.
peace. Even death cannot stop.
GG, very nice.
Lola was right. Weeds are difficult to kill.
Gone A.
Gotta go! Go, go, go!
Shift, guys.
Tip the balance in our
C'est quoi
favor.
toi?
Shift.
Did you say?
Shift.
Okay.
Smokes, please, Omen.
Et
Don't.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
I'm out of here. For you. Reloading. This way. I'm out of here. One way. Reloading.
bridge to SP.
Go, go, go! Go, go, go!
Last player
Okay.
standing.
Smart move.
Ah, sorry.
Don't die.
Don't want to take you
Okay,
out,
well.
Sage, but I gotta.
Sage never do that because they have Rim
Anyone
and
feeling generous?
they have Gecko.
Gecko is so bad. By the way.
Let's go mid.
Okay, bro. Mid on A or B?
Me
Let
to
me
B.
show you how the boss does it.
Or it depends. It depends on the enemies. Who is he?
Okay.
Néon, sur job.
Reloading. Take this! I'm out of here!
Oh, kill me.
Is dead.
Spike down A.
Reload him. Carrier's down.
Last player standing.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Anyone feeling generous?
Please entry on site.
Time to work.
Phoenix.
Cover going out.
Let's rotate. Oh,
Ready.
oh my god.
Gecko low. Mid. Tower.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Nice fight.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
Thanks for the clip. For TikTok.
Keep it together.
t'es le noob.
Gotta go.
Enemy spotted mid.
Gotta go.
Shadows traveling.
Watch out.
Thanks, bro.
Annihilated. My
I'm
ultimate
outta
is
here.
ready.
I'm out of here. Running low. You will not kill my ally. Go, go, go.
Go Néon, go, go,
Gotta
go,
go.
go, go, go.
Barrier created. Gotta go.
Someone's A. Come on, let's go.
Enemy spotted mid. Multiple enemies.
Healing. One.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Oh my god.
Oh, Phoenix. Come. Go, 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 go.
One enemy
You fought
remaining.
well.
Last player standing.
Phoenix!
Push, push fast, fast. GG. Come in the right time.
Not GG for Phoenix.
I will take back what is mine.
Again, just play slow. On B or A.
Go, go, go. Anyone feeling generous? Let's go. Let's attack.
Removed.
Bring them down.
Shadows traveling.
Oh.
Nightmare, take them. Mark 3. Bring them down. Barrier created. Your duty is not over. Find you.
Thank you.
That sucked. Prepare for hellfire. Healing you.
Go and B, go and B.
I'm out of here.
Okay, go B.
Gotta go.
42 seconds.
Go, go, go. Gotta go. Shocking.
30 seconds
We're
left.
good. I'm out of here.
This brim is not normal.
Where are you? Night, night.
Last player standing.
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
Echo.
I'm saving.
Run on A. Run mid, run mid, run mid. Gecko is...
Mid on B.
here.
I will hold up the sky.
We need just to kill him.
Just kill Gecko and go.
Cover going out.
Run.
Run, run, run.
Bring them down.
Flash.
Watch out. go, go!
Spike down B.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here!
Oh yeah!
Last player standing. Flawless.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Let's go full A.
Anyone feeling
Let's go.
generous? Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Shadows traveling.
Flash!
Shadows traveling.
Watch your eyes.
Take this! Marked one.
You have the spike now.
Bring them down. Let's go! With fear.
Hit it.
Go, go, go! Shortcut! They're dead.
Plant the spike, please, Neo.
Gotta go!
Cover going out. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Whatever happens, sakin. Don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim.
A série de colóquios da Arena Aquário apresenta uma noite de homenagem aos heróis que salvaram a nossa cidade e que servem o nosso
Go mid to B.
1A, 1B, 1 mid.
Cower. Run.
I'm out of here.
Go spike.
Bring them down. Go, go, go! Good
Reloading.
attempt. My ultimate. Fire in the hole! Gotta go!
Where are
Marked one. Reloading.
Shadows traveling.
Here.
This way. Gotta go.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy. Defender spawn.
Sorry, bro. My ult's ready.
Take this.
Last player standing.
Uh-huh.
We pick. We have advantage.
Dreams
Stop
are a funny
peek.
thing. One little twist, and it all turns dark.
Sinon, je vais pick ta daronne. Je vais... Vas-y, let's go mid. Je vais me foutre en l'air.
I need this.
Go, go, go!
Cover going out.
I'm out of here. Watch out! running low. I'm out of here.
Shadows traveling.
Spike planted. My ult is ready.
Enemy spotted mid.
One enemy remaining.
Go, 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 defusing. Defusing.
Last player standing.
Playtime.
Last round in the half.
Either spend all your money or give it to me. Good cause either way.
I smell some Smurf on Phoenix. What do you think?
Reloading. Anyone feeling generous? I'll show them. Lin, go, go, go.
Shadows traveling.
I'll find Gotta go. Here. Reloading. Prepare for help. Mare, take them. Mark one. Spike's down. Mark two.
Spike down B.
Got spike.
Out of charges.
Last
Spike's
player
down.
standing. Spike down B.
Duel is due.
Switching sides.
Néon? First
Oui.
time Néon?
Ingat ka.
Oh,
Don't
no.
get
First
stuck.
time
Bad way
Valorant
to go.
Neo and Phoenix, can you move your
I guess the Phoenix and Brim, they are using
Brim?
cheats.
We
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have Brim.
Not Noon. I talk about enemies. Enemies.
You are just bad.
No, don't cheat.
No.
You're just so bad.
No,
But
he's
it's
using
okay,
cheats.
it's
He's using
okay.
cheats. He's using cheats.
Oh no.
Gotta go.
T'es juste nul, ça, café.
C'est toi aussi, mon frère.
I'm out of here.
Essaye.
I'm out of here.
Essaye. Maybe rotate.
B.
Cover going out.
Spike planted.
Go, go, go.
Train harder. Enemy spotted B. Someone's B. Here.
What?
Last player standing.
They have courage, but no one is immune to fear.
I've been fucked in this match.
Gotta go.
Someone's
Go,
B.
go, go.
Many enemies B. Satisfying.
Almost out. Reloading.
Sage killed.
Go away. Reloading. Gotta go.
Spike
I'm out
planted.
of here. I'm out of here.
Enemy A.
There.
Phoenix,
Go,
in
go,
your back,
go.
Phoenix, in your back. City, city.
One secret.
Coming through.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
What's another death? No.
He said secret city. Just look behind you. I don't know.
Survive them.
Never play near.
Attackers win.
We can do this.
Match found.
I've got all the time in the world.
Hello, team. Mic deactivated.
Ah, I've always wanted to pry my way in here. Don't mind if I just leave some
please?
gifts behind.
No.
Reloading.
Drop in a smoke.
Somebody's there. Enemy B.
Enemy spotted B.
Wingman's planting. See ya. Spike's digging. Thanks, little man.
Last player standing.
Not ready yet.
Buried.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip. Right here.
Let's go. I will smoke on E.
Satchel up. Satchel up. No peeking.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop in a smoke. Not ready yet.
Reloading. Up.
Reloading.
Plant the spike. Wingman's gonna plant spike. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Careful. No hard feelings.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Squash the last bug. Weapon here.
Hey, who has a good song for we were losing, but now things are looking up? You know, like a redemption arc. Show me a target.
Dropping smokes.
Dizzy's up top.
Reloading.
I see one.
Reloading.
refreshing.
Camera taken out.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Here, catch. Reloading. Ooh, I worked up an appetite on that one.
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
Every choice matters.
Dropping
Show me a target. I see enemy! Target down. Reloading.
Get out of my way.
Up you go!
Bomb buddy out.
Reloading. Our spike is down.
Spike down A.
Got the spike. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing. Don't get back up, sweetheart.
Where will they go this time?
By James Baldwin. Chapter 1. I stand at the window of this great house in the south of France as night falls, the night which is leading me to the most terrible morning of my life. I have a drink in my hand. There is a bottle at my elbow.
Here goes the party! Boom!
Someone's there. Wingman's planting.
No peeking.
Right planted. Thanks, Wings. I see someone. Enemy
No
spotted.
peeking.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate
Not
is ready.
ready yet.
Mora, I will see you again. Reloading.
Well, this got easy.
I have nowhere to hide.
Dropping smoke.
Focusing. Enemy spotted A. Reloading!
Grenade!
Reloading.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A.
Jet's grounded.
Where is
Got the spike.
Spike down A.
Spike planted.
Right here.
Reloading.
Tripwire destroyed.
Have one of these.
Camera taken out. Got one.
One enemy remaining.
Sorted.
Okay, they're dead. Take what's useful.
Pero like, why can't we just hug it out? Pinche Radianite.
Good job, guys.
think so. Pull them apart.
Who's
Dropping smoke.
Show me a target.
Satchel out.
Dizzy's up top.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
I got the spike. Up you go. Dizzy has targets.
You want more? Sorry, buddy, it's over.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
Reloading.
Who needs a buy?
Reloading.
Who needs a buy?
I need to blow something up.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Dropping smokes.
Grenade!
Reloading.
Fire in the hole!
Our spike is down. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Not ready yet.
Reloading.
I got the spike.
Our spike is down. Show me a target. Reloading.
My ult ready.
One
spotted
enemy
A.
remaining.
I have the spike. I dropped the spike.
Last player standing.
Reloading. Here comes the party!
Nice. GG.
They're
My
usually
ult is
distracted
ready.
once I reveal them. Make sure we take advantage.
Dropping smokes.
I see multiple enemies. Refreshing. Reloading. Grenade! Reloading.
Thrash is ready. Enemy A.
Last player standing. Last
Like
player
I
standing.
never left.
Spike down A.
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
Let's go B again this time. Guys. Not going B.
Okay.
Drop in a smoke. Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing.
Peace.
Give me a moment. I need to set back up. I need this. My thanks.
Who's next? Joke's over! You're dead!
Multiple enemies. I see someone. No distraction.
Spike down B.
Pew pew.
I have retrieved the spike. Reload. Reloading. Found you. I have dropped the spike.
I
Someone
got the
is
spike.
A.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike down A.
Ah, maybe it's.
Last round before the switch.
Time to spend this cash.
Come on, let's go.
Let's play slow. Rush them.
Satchel out.
It's all you, man.
No
Enemy
peeking.
spotted A.
Reloading.
Where is
This is up.
everyone hiding?
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Dropping a smoke.
Get out of my way. Have a kit.
Enemy spotted A.
Caught one.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready. I'll just let you think about that
Satchel
one,
out.
right?
Switching sides.
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime scene etiquette.
2B to A, 1 in mid.
Let's keep on vibing.
Dropping a smoke.
Fires out. Reload. Tag. Careful now.
Refreshing.
Many enemies
Get him,
B.
Wingman.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Done.
Is it?
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
picking!
Enemy A! They shot my wingman! Enemy A! Enemy spotted A!
Jet's grounded. Enemy spotted A.
Grenade!
Enemy A!
Wrong bloody. Reloading.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Spike spotted mid.
Right here.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
He says their bullets tickle.
No peeking.
Get out of here!
Maybe A. Mid, mid.
Weapon here.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Here! Catch! Gear up, stay safe. We're going back in.
Where are you?
Drop in a smoke. Drop in a smoke.
Dizzy has targets. Enemy, my wingman's down. Colorful kill. Tripwire destroyed.
Jet's grounded.
My ult's ready.
Last player standing.
Satchel out.
Here comes the party!
Ay, surrounded by minha família.
We won't lose.
Take them one by one.
No peeking.
Caught one.
spotted B.
You will not kill my allies.
Reloading.
Spike down B.
Spike spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Spike's there. Enemy spotted B. Sleep well,
it-
Noah
Forgive me if I overextend. Oh, happy. Reloading. Reloading.
All right, muckers. Off we go. Drop in a smoke.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Jet's grounded.
Next.
Tripwire destroyed.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Grenade!
There.
Satchel up. Impressive wiring.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Oh. Why did you don't? You don't did it. No problem.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
Who's next?
Right there.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemies are inside. One down. My ult's ready.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
If
My
I may,
ult is ready.
I'll go in first. Thin out their numbers.
Zero in.
Dropping smokes.
Got one. Jet's grounded. Gotcha.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Back like I never left. Fire in the hole.
Last player standing. Clutch.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Come on, guys. Come on. We got this.
Let's make them dance.
No peeking. Not ready yet.
Jet's grounded.
You will not kill my allies.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Someone is A. Someone is A.
Spike planted.
Got him. Is everyone hiding?
Last player standing.
If they try something, I'll see it.
Nice showing.
Now, where to set up shop?
Dropping smokes.
My eyes are down. Tripwire destroyed.
No distraction.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted A.
Match point.
Party's over. Let's show them out.
I need a gun. Thank you.
I hope this was exciting.
No peeking.
Who's next?
Drop in a smoke.
Hostile removed.
Reloading.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
You don't mess with my crew.
Defenders win.
As colorful as carnaval.
Me. The sweat on my back grew cold. I was ashamed. The very bed, in its sweet disorder, testified to vileness. I wondered what Joey's mother would say when she saw the sheets. Then I thought of my father, who had no one in the world but me, my mother having died when I was little. A cavern opened in my mind, black, full of rumor, suggestion, of half-heard, half-forgotten, half-understood stories, full of dirty words. I thought I saw my future in that cavern. I was afraid. I could have cried for shame and terror, cried for not understanding how this could have happened to me, how this could have happened in me. And I made my decision. I got out of bed and took a shower and was dressed and had breakfast ready when Joey woke up. I did not tell him my decision. That would have broken my will. I did not wait to have breakfast with him, but only drank some coffee and made an excuse to go home. I knew the excuse did not fool Joey, but he did not know how to protest or insist. He did not know that this was all he needed to have done. Then I, who had seen him that summer nearly every day till then, no longer went to see him. He did not come to see me. I would have been very happy to see him if he had. But the manner of my leave-taking had begun a constriction, which neither of us knew how to arrest. When I finally did see him, more or less by accident, near the end of the summer, I made up a long and totally untrue story about a girl I was going with, and when school began again I picked up with a rougher, older crowd and was very nasty to Joey. And the sadder this made him, the nastier I became. He moved away at last, out of the neighborhood, away from our school, and I never saw him again. I began, perhaps, to be lonely that summer and began, that summer, the flight which has brought me to this darkening window. Flight which has brought me to this darkening window. And yet, when one begins to search for the crucial, the definitive moment, the moment which changed all others, one finds oneself pressing, in great pain, through a maze of false signals and abruptly locking doors. My flight may, indeed, have begun that summer, which does not tell me where to find the germ of the dilemma which resolved itself, that summer, into flight. Of course, it is somewhere before me, locked in that reflection I am watching in the window as the night comes down outside. It is trapped in the room with me, always has been and always will be, and it is yet more foreign to me than those foreign hills outside. We lived in Brooklyn then, as I say, we had also lived in San Francisco where I was born and where my mother lies buried, and we lived for a while in Seattle and then in New York. For me, New York is Manhattan. Later on, then, we moved from Brooklyn back to New York, and by the time I came to France my father and his new wife had graduated to Connecticut. I had long been on my own by then, of course, and had been living in an apartment in the East 60s. We, in the days when I was growing up, were my father and his unmarried sister and myself. My mother had been carried to the graveyard when I was 5. I scarcely remember her at all, yet she figured in my nightmares, bunned with worms, her hair as dry as metal and brittle as a twig, straining to press me against her body. That body so putrescent, so sickening soft, that it opened, as I clawed and cried, into a breach so enormous as to swallow me alive. But when my father or my aunt came rushing into my room to find out what had frightened me, I did not dare describe this dream, which seemed disloyal to my mother. I said that I had dreamed about a graveyard. They concluded that the death of my mother had had this unsettling effect on my imagination, and perhaps they thought that I was grieving for her. And I may have been, but if that is so, then I am grieving still. My father and my aunt got on very badly, and without ever knowing how or why I felt it, I felt that their long battle had everything to do with my dead mother. I remember when I was very young how, in the big living room of the house in San Francisco, my mother's photograph, which stood all by itself on the mantelpiece, seemed to rule the room. It was as though her photograph proved how her spirit dominated that air and controlled us all. I remember the shadows gathering in the far corners of that room, in which I never felt at home, and my father washed in the gold light which spilled down on him from the tall lamp which stood beside his easy chair. He would be reading his newspaper, hidden from me behind his newspaper, so that, desperate to conquer his attention, I sometimes so annoyed him that our duel ended with me being carried from the room in tears. Or I remember him sitting bent forward, his elbows on his knees, staring towards the great window which held back the inky night. I used to wonder what he was thinking. In the eye of my memory, he always wears a gray, sleeveless sweater, and he has loosened his tie, and his sandy hair falls forward over a square, ruddy face. He was one of those people who, quick to laugh, are slow to anger, so that their anger, when it comes, is all the more impressive, seeming to leap from some unsuspected crevice like a fire which will bring the whole house down. And his sister Ellen, a little older than he, a little darker, always overdressed, overmade up, with a face and figure beginning to harden, and with too much jewelry everywhere, clanging and banging in the fight, sits on the sofa, reading. She read a lot, all the new books, and she used to go to the movies a great deal, where she knits. It seems to me that she was always carrying a great bag full of dangerous-looking knitting needles or a book, or both. And I don't know what she knitted, though I suppose she must, at least occasionally, have knitted something for my father or me. But I don't remember it any more.
Match found.
Move or get zapped.
It's decided. Their Radianite belongs to us. You see? No ethical dilemma. مش مشكل.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. Can't use it.
Someone is B.
Reloading.
Right here.
Gotta go.
Here. I'm a good shot.
Running low. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Go,
Here.
go, go.
Planted the spike.
Reloading.
Here.
This way.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
هاف سموكس
طفاك على قواده.
حط
أو
فرق.
واحد
One enemy remaining. Last player
What the fuck
standing.
فيها دقة نص دقة. ايش مرقنت شي ولد الناس. تعرف بس سير جري سيف. سيف ما يموتش بعد ما ياخذش زر.
Do not worry, my radiant friends. I will unplug their talking toaster.
Spike's here.
Okay, let's get set up.
Go, go, go.
Over there.
I'm out of here.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Over there.
Take this.
Our spy carrier is killed.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Camera taken
Got the spike.
Last player standing.
Spike planted.
Clutch.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead. Go, go, go! Gotta go!
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Kill! Dropping smokes. go, go! Gotta go! I'm out of here. Shortcut! Gotta go!
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted. That's a kill. No peeking. Go, go, go!
Last player standing.
Take this!
One enemy
Got one.
remaining.
If you're not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
Gotta go! Gotta go!
Joke's over! You're dead!
Reloading.
Spike
Reloading.
down
I got
A.
spike. What? You had your fun. My turn.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Teleport's ready. Here. Here.
30 seconds left.
Where will they go this time? I need this. My thanks. I need this.
I will find you. Go, go, go!
I found my wire.
Have one of these. Drop in a smoke.
My camera is destroyed.
No peeking.
Trick shots.
Reloading. Right here.
3 out of 5.
Reloading. Not ready yet.
I have planted the spike.
Give me a corpse. Give me a corpse.
One enemy remaining.
4 out of 5.
I guess that's it.
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
Here. Here.
Right here. There.
Over there.
I'm out. Can't use it.
Enemy B.
Can't use it.
Scatter.
Focusing. No distraction.
Go, go, go. Shortcut. I'm out of here. Plant the spike.
Eyes are better than yours.
Plant the spike.
Spotted mid.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy B.
Where is everyone hiding?
Destabilizing.
I have planted the spike.
Go, go, go.
Hey, 别往心里去。
My
Okay,
ult is
which
ready.
gun to pick this time?
I need this. My thanks.
Every choice matters.
Right here.
Enemy spotted B. Stopping
Dropping
fire.
Gotta go. Shortcut. Reloading. Gotta go.
Show me a target.
Watch out.
You are powerless.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Hi.
Bye. One
Cage
enemy
triggered.
remaining.
Reloading. Drop in a smoke.
Thirty seconds left.
Back like I never
Joke's
left.
over. You're dead.
10 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike down B. Clutch.
I'm ready.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Bye-bye.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Reloading.
Dropping smokes.
Here.
Coming through.
Someone is A.
I'm out of here.
Not enough. My ult is ready.
Watch out.
Planted
One
the
enemy
spike.
remaining. Flawless.
We are just too good.
You know what we should do? I'll tell you. We should win.
Here.
Enemy
Dropping
spotted A.
smokes.
Focus here.
No distraction.
Reloading. Have one of these. Reload. Gotta go. Go, go, go. You will not kill my allies. Gotta go.
Try again.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Start good. Gotta go.
Got 3.
You had your fun. My turn. Spike. It is. My ultimate is ready. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, my eyes are down. Here. Give me a moment. I need to set back up.
ISO, pull them apart.
Someone is B.
Gotta go.
Reloading.
Dropping smoke. Reloading. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Watching here.
Careful there.
Stopping fire.
Nice try. Gotta go. Out of charges. Enemy
Spike
spotted
down A.
I got the spike.
Spike is down.
Got one.
Here we go.
30 seconds left.
Almost out.
Enemy spotted A.
Zap.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Almost out.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait. Okay. It's fine.
I have credits if you need them. I need
I can buy for you. My treat.
my thanks.
Show me a target. No distraction.
Dropping smoke. Heads up!
Joke's
I'm
over!
outta here.
You're dead!
Coming through! Go, go, go!
Spike down A.
Take this! I'm out of here!
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds
They
left.
are so dead!
Last round in the half.
Spend your cash. Don't look back.
I have credits if you need them.
Does anyone have funds?
Reloading.
Who will I spot first?
Go, go, go!
Over there.
Omen's gone. Leave. Reloading.
Watch out!
Show me a target.
There! Gotta go!
Here.
Over there. Over there.
Spike down B.
I'm out of here!
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left.
There they are.
Switching sides.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Right here. Over there.
I'm out of here!
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Drop in a smoke. Go, go, go!
Right here.
30 seconds left.
Reloading.
Spikes here.
Reloading.
10 seconds left.
Reloading. Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
Gotta go! Go, go, go!
Focus now. Eyes off me. They found my wire. Someone is
Smart move!
Spike planted.
Go, go, go! Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Deleted.
Watch out!
Last player standing.
Ingat ka! Don't get stabbed. Bad way to go. Gotta go!
Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Spike down B.
Breaking them. Reload. Focusing.
One enemy remaining.
my ult is ready. No distractions.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
I'm out of here.
Spike planted.
Go, go, go!
Clutch.
Please stay alive. I hate making new friends.
Joke's over! You're dead!
I'm out of here. Go, go, go!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Every fight is a lesson.
Could have a job. Time's up. Let's go. Scatter. Neutralized. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
I'm out of here.
Spike spotted A. They found my wire.
Last player standing.
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
I need a gun.
Gotta go.
We must shore up our defenses. Someone is A. Careful now. You're right. My ult is ready.
Back off.
My ult is ready.
No peeking.
Distraction.
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy
You
remaining.
numpty. Here. Get.
30 seconds left.
We could have ruled this world together. Right here. Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
I need this. My thanks.
Can't use it.
They found my wire.
Spike planted.
Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
You had your fun. My turn.
Joke's over!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Last player standing. Clutch.
They're usually distracted once I reveal them. Make sure you take advantage.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Who else? Next.
Here we go. Too slow.
Over there.
Running low.
Spike planted.
Go, go, go.
Found you.
Go, go, go.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Clutch. Match point.
Ugh, I'm over them. Gotta go. Gotta go. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. No peeking.
Enemy spotted B.
Watch out.
Spike planted.
Go, go, go. Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Cage triggered.
Attackers win.
than I remember the books she read. It might always have been the same book, and she might have been working on the same scarf or sweater or God knows what all the years I knew her. Sometimes she and my father played cards. This was rare. Sometimes they talked together in friendly, teasing tones, but this was dangerous. Their banter nearly always ended in a fight. Sometimes there was company, and I was often allowed to watch them drink their cocktails. Then my father was at his best, boyish and expansive, moving about through the crowded room with a glass in his hand, refilling people's drinks, laughing a lot, handling all the men as though they were his brothers, and flirting with the women. Or no, not flirting with them, strutting like a cock before them. Ellen always seemed to be watching him as though she were afraid he would do something awful, watched him and watched the women, and yes, she flirted with the men in a strange, nerve-wracking kind of way. There she was, dressed, as they say, to kill, with her mouth redder than any blood, dressed in something which was either the wrong color or too tight or too young, the cocktail glass in her hand threatening, at any instant, to be reduced to shards, to splinters, and that voice going on and on like a razor blade on glass. When I was a little boy and I watched her in company, she frightened me. But no matter what was happening in that room, my mother was watching it. She looked out of the photograph frame, a pale, blonde woman, delicately put, together, dark-eyed, and straight-browed, with a nervous, gentle mouth. But something about the way the eyes were set in the head and stared straight out, something very faintly sardonic and knowing in the set of the mouth suggested that, somewhere beneath this tense fragility was a strength as various as it was unyielding and, like my father's wrath, dangerous because it was so entirely unexpected. My father rarely spoke of her, and when he did he covered, by some mysterious means, his face. He spoke of her only as my mother, and, in fact, as he spoke of her, he might have been speaking of his own. Ellen spoke of my mother often, saying what a remarkable woman she had been, but she made me uncomfortable. I felt that I had no right to be the son of such a mother. Years later, when I had become a man, I tried to get my father to talk about my mother. But Ellen was dead, he was about to marry again. He spoke of my mother, then, as Ellen had spoken of her, and he might, indeed, have been speaking of Ellen. They had a fight one night when I was about 13. They had a great many fights, of course. But perhaps I remember this one so clearly because it seemed to be about me. I was in bed upstairs, asleep. It was quite late. I was suddenly awakened by the sound of my father's footfalls on the walk beneath my window. I could tell by the sound and the rhythm that he was a little drunk, and I remember that at that moment a certain disappointment, an unprecedented sorrow entered into me. I had seen him drunk many times and had never felt this way. On the contrary, my father sometimes had great charm when he was drunk. But that night I suddenly felt that there was something in him, to be despised. I heard him come in. Then, at once, I heard Ellen's voice. "Aren't you in bed yet?" my father asked. He was trying to be pleasant and trying to avoid a scene, but there was no cordiality in his voice, only strain and exasperation. "I thought," said Ellen coldly, "that someone ought to tell you what you're doing to your son, what I'm doing to my son." And he was about to say something more, something awful, but he caught himself and only said, with a resigned, drunken, despairing calm, "What are you talking about, Ellen? Do you really think?" she asked. I was certain that she was standing in the center of the room, with her hands folded before her, standing very straight and still. "That you're the kind of man he ought to be when he grows up?" And, as my father said nothing, "He is growing up, you know." And then, spitefully, asterisk, which is more than I can say for you, is more than I can say for you. "Go to bed, Ellen," said my father, sounding very weary. I had the feeling, since they were talking about me, that I ought to go downstairs and tell Ellen that whatever was wrong between my father and myself we could work out between us without her help. And perhaps, which seems odd, I felt that she was disrespectful of me. For I had certainly never said a word to her about my father. I heard his heavy, uneven footfalls as he moved across the room, towards the stairs. "Don't think," said Ellen, "that I don't know where you've been." "I've been out drinking," said my father, "and now I'd like to get a little sleep. Do you mind?" "You've been with that girl, Beatrice," said Ellen. "That's where you always are, and that's where all your money goes and all your manhood and self-respect, too." She had succeeded in making him angry. He began to stammer. If you think that I'm going to stand here and argue with you about my private life, if you think I'm going to argue with you about it, why, you're out of your mind." "I certainly don't care," said Ellen. What you do with yourself. It isn't you I'm worried about. It's only that you're the only person who has any authority over David. I don't. And he hasn't got any mother. And he only listens to me when he thinks it pleases you. Do you really think it's a good idea for David to see you staggering home drunk all the time? And don't fool yourself, she added after a moment, in a voice thick with passion. Don't fool yourself that he doesn't know where you're coming from. Don't think he doesn't know about your women. She was wrong. I don't think I did know about them, or I had never thought about them. But from that evening, I thought about them all the time. I could scarcely ever face a woman without wondering whether or not my father had, in Ellen's phrase, been interfering with her. I think it barely possible, said my father, that David has a cleaner mind than yours. The silence, then, in which my father climbed the stairs was by far the worst silence my life had ever known. I was wondering what they were thinking, each of them. I wondered how they looked. I wondered what I would see when I saw them in the morning. And listen, said my father suddenly, from the middle of the staircase, in a voice which frightened me. All I want for David is that he grow up to be a man. And when I say a man, Ellen, I don't mean a Sunday school teacher. And when I say a man, Ellen, I don't mean a Sunday school teacher. A man, said Ellen shortly, is not the same thing as a bull. Good night. Good night, he said after a moment, and I heard him stagger past my door. From that time on, with the mysterious, cunning, and dreadful intensity of the very young, I despised my father and I hated Ellen. It is hard to say why. I don't know why, but it allowed all of Ellen's prophecies about me to come true. She had said that there would come a time when nothing and nobody would be able to rule me, not even my father. And that time certainly came. It was after Joey. The incident with Joey had shaken me profoundly, and its effect was to make me secretive and cruel. I could not discuss what had happened to me with anyone. I could not even admit it to myself. And, while I never thought about it, it remained, nevertheless, at the bottom of my mind, as still and as awful as a decomposing corpse. And it changed, it thickened, it soured the atmosphere of my mind. Soon it was I who came staggering home late at night. It was I who found Ellen waiting up for me. Ellen and I who wrangled night in and night out. My father's attitude was that this was but an inevitable phase of my growing up, and he affected to take it lightly. But beneath his jocular, boys-together air, he was at a loss, he was frightened. Perhaps he had supposed that my growing up would bring us closer together, whereas, now that he was trying to find out something about me, I was in full flight from him. I did not want him to know me. I did not want anyone to know me. And then, again, I was undergoing with my father what the very young inevitably undergo with their elders. I was beginning to judge him, and the very harshness of this judgment, which broke my heart, revealed, though I could not have said it then, how much I had loved him, how that love, along with my innocence, was dying. My poor father was baffled and afraid. He was unable to believe that there could be anything seriously wrong between us. And this was not only because he would not then have known what to do about it. It was mainly because he would then have had to face the knowledge that he had left something, somewhere undone, something of the utmost importance. And since neither of us had any idea of what this so significant omission could have been, and since we were forced to remain in tacit league against Ellen, we took refuge in being hearty with each other. We were not like father and son. My father sometimes proudly said we were like buddies. I think my father sometimes actually believed this. I never did. I did not want to be his buddy. I wanted to be his son. What passed between us as masculine candor exhausted and appalled me. Fathers ought to avoid utter nakedness before their sons. I did not want to know, not anyway from his mouth, that his flesh was as unregenerate as my own. The knowledge did not make me feel more like his son or buddy. It only made me feel like an interloper, and a frightened one at that. He thought we were alike. I did not want to think so. I did not want to think that my life would be like his, or that my mind would ever grow so pale, so without hard places and sharp sheer drops. He wanted no distance between us. He wanted me to look on him as a man like myself. But I wanted the merciful distance of father and son, which would have permitted me to love him. One night, drunk, with several other people on the way back from an out-of-town party. The car I was driving smashed up. It was entirely my fault. I was almost too drunk to walk and had no business driving. But the others did not know this, since I am one of those people who can look and sound sober while practically in a state of collapse. On a straight, level piece of highway something weird happened to all my reactions, and the car sprang suddenly out of my control. And a telephone pole, foam white, came crying at me out of the pitch darkness. I heard screams and then a heavy, roaring, tearing sound. Then everything turned absolutely scarlet and then as bright as day, and I went into a darkness I had never known before. I must have begun to wake up as we were being moved to the hospital. I dimly remember movement and voices, but they seemed very far away. They seemed to have nothing to do with me. Then, later, I woke up in a spot which seemed to be the very heart of winter. A high, white ceiling and white walls, and a hard, glacial window, bent, as it seemed, over me. I must have tried to rise, for I remember an awful roaring in my head, and then a weight on my chest and a huge face over me. And as this weight, this face, began to push me under again, I screamed for my mother. Then it was dark again. When I came to myself at last, my father was standing over my bed. I knew he was there before I saw him, before my eyes focused and I carefully turned my head. When he saw that I was awake, he carefully stepped closer to the bed, motioning to me to be still, and he looked very old. I wanted to cry. For a moment we just stared at each other. "How do you feel?" he whispered finally. It was when I tried to speak that I realized I was in pain, and immediately I was frightened. He must have seen this in my eyes, for he said in a low voice, with a pained, a marvelous intensity, "Don't worry, David. You're going to be all right. You're going to be all right." I still could not say anything. I simply watched his face. "You kids were mighty lucky," he said, trying to smile. "You're the one got smashed up the most." "I was drunk," I said at last. I wanted to tell him everything, but speaking was such agony. "Don't you know?" he asked with an air of extreme bafflement, for this was something he could allow himself to be baffled about. "Better than to go driving around like that when you're drunk? You know better than that," he said severely, and pursed his lips. "Why, you could all have been killed," and his voice shook. "I'm sorry," I said suddenly. "I'm sorry. I did not know how to say what it was I was sorry for." "Don't be sorry," he said. "Just be careful next time." He had been patting his handkerchief between his palms. Now he opened his handkerchief and reached out and wiped my forehead. "You're all I've got," he said then, with a shy, pained grin. "Be careful." "Daddy," I said, and began to cry. And if speaking had been agony, this was worse, and yet I could not stop. And my father's face changed. It became terribly old and at the same time absolutely helplessly young. I remember being absolutely astonished, at the still, cold center of the storm which was occurring in me, to realize that my father had been suffering, was suffering still. "Don't cry," he said. "Don't cry." He stroked my forehead with that absurd handkerchief as though it possessed some healing charm. "There's nothing to cry about. Everything's going to be all right." He was almost weeping himself. "There's nothing wrong, is there? I haven't done anything wrong, have I?" And all the time he was stroking my face with that handkerchief, smothering me. "We were drunk," I said. "We were drunk." For this seemed, somehow, to explain everything. "Your Aunt Ellen says it's my fault," he said. "She says I never raised you right." He put away, thank heaven, that handkerchief and weakly straightened his shoulders. "You got nothing against me, have you? Tell me if you have." My tears began to dry, on my face and in my breast. "No," I said. "No, nothing. Honest. I did the best I could," he said. "I really did the best I could." I looked at him, and at last he grinned and said, "You're going to be on your back for a while, but when you come home, while you're lying around the house, we'll talk. Huh? And when you come home while you're lying around the house, we'll talk. Huh? And try to figure out what the hell we're going to do with you when you get on your feet. Okay?" "Okay," I said, for I understood, at the bottom of my heart, that we had never talked, that now we never would. I understood that he must never know this. When I came home, he talked with me about my future, but I had made up my mind. I was not going to go to college. I was not going to remain in that house with him and Ellen. And I maneuvered my father so well that he actually began to believe that my finding a job and being on my own was the direct result of his advice and a tribute to the way he had raised me. Once I was out of the house, of course, it became much easier to deal with him, and he never had any reason to feel shut out of my life, for I was always able, when talking about it, to tell him what he wished to hear. And we got on quite well, really, for the vision I gave my father of my life was exactly the vision in which I myself most desperately needed to believe. For I was, one of those people who pride themselves on their willpower, on their ability to make a decision and carry it through. This virtue, like most virtues, is ambiguity itself. People who believe that they are strong-willed and the masters of their destiny can only continue to believe this by becoming specialists in self-deception. Their decisions are not really decisions at all. A real decision makes one humble. One knows that it is at the mercy of more things than can be named, but elaborate systems of evasion, of illusion, designed to make themselves and the world appear to be what they and the world are not. This is certainly what my decision, made so long ago in Joey's bed, came to. I had decided to allow no room in the universe for something which shamed and frightened me. I succeeded very well by not looking at the universe, by not looking at myself, by remaining, in effect, in constant motion. Even constant motion, of course, does not prevent on occasional mysterious drag, a drop, like an airplane hitting an air pocket. And there were a number of those, all drunken, all sordid. One very frightening such drop while I was in the army, which involved a fairy who was later court-martialed out. The panic his punishment caused in me was as close as I ever came to facing in myself the terrors I sometimes saw clouding another man's eyes. What happened was that, all unconscious of what this ennui meant, I wearied of the motion, wearied of the joyless seas of alcohol, wearied of the blunt, bluff, hearty, and totally meaningless friendships, wearied of wandering through the forests of desperate women, wearied of the work, which fed me only in the most brutally literal sense. Perhaps, as we say in America, I wanted to find. In the most brutally literal sense. Perhaps, as we say in America, I wanted to find myself. This is an interesting phase, not current as far as I know in the language of any other people, which certainly does not mean what it says but betrays a nagging suspicion that something has been misplaced. I think now that if I had had any intimation that the self I was going to find would turn out to be only the same self from which I had spent so much time in flight, I would have stayed at home. But, again, I think I knew, at the very bottom of my heart, exactly what I was doing when I took the boat for France. Chapter 2. I met Giovanni during my second year in Paris, when I had no money. On the morning of the evening that we met, I had been turned out of my room. I did not owe an awful lot of money, only around 6,000 francs, but Parisian hotel keepers have a way of smelling poverty, and then they do what anybody does who is aware of a bad smell. They throw whatever stinks outside. My father had money in his account which belonged to me, but he was very reluctant to send it because he wanted me to come home, as he said, and settle down, and whenever he said that I thought of the sediment at the bottom of a stagnant pond. I did not, then, know many people in Paris, and Hella was in Spain. Most of the people I knew in Paris were, as Parisians sometimes put it, of le milieu, and, while this milieu was certainly anxious enough to claim me, I was intent on proving, to them and to myself, that I was not of their company. I did this by being in their company a great deal and manifesting toward all of them a tolerance which placed me, I believed, above suspicion. I had written to friends for money, of course, but the Atlantic Ocean is deep and wide and money doesn't hurry from the other side. So I went through my address book, sitting over a tepid coffee in a boulevard cafe, and decided to call up an old acquaintance who was always asking me to call. An aging, Belgian-born, American businessman named Jacques. He had a big, comfortable apartment and lots of things to drink and lots of money. He was, as I knew he would be, surprised to hear from me, and before the surprise and the charm wore off, giving him time to become wary, he had invited me for supper. He may have been cursing as he hung up and reaching for his wallet, but it was too late. Jacques is not too bad. Perhaps he is a fool and a coward, but almost everybody is one or the other, and most people are both. In some ways I liked him. He was silly, but he was so lonely. Anyway, I understand now that the contempt I felt for him involved my self-contempt. He could be unbelievably generous. He could be unspeakably stingy. Though he wanted to trust everybody, he was incapable of trusting a living soul. To make up for this, he threw his money away on people. Inevitably, then, he was abused. Then he buttoned his wallet, locked his door, and retired into that strong self-pity which was, perhaps, the only thing he had which really belonged to him. I thought for a long while that he, with his big apartment, his well-meant promises, his whiskey, his marijuana, his orgies, had helped to kill Giovanni. As, indeed, perhaps he had. But Jacques' hands are certainly no bloodier than mine. I saw Jacques, as a matter of fact, just after Giovanni was sentenced. He was sitting bundled up in his greatcoat on the terrace of a cafe, drinking a vin chaude. He was alone on the terrace. He called me as I passed. He did not look well. His face was mottled. His eyes, behind his glasses, were like the eyes of a dying man who looks everywhere for healing. "You've heard," he whispered, as I joined him. "About Giovanni?" I nodded yes. I remember the winter sun was shining and I felt as cold and distant as the sun. "It's terrible, terrible, terrible," Jacques moaned. "Terrible." "Yes," I said. I could not say anything more. "I wonder why he did it," Jacques pursued. "Why he didn't ask his friends to help him." He looked at me. We both knew that the last time Giovanni had asked Jacques for money, Jacques had refused. I said nothing. "They say he had started taking opium," Jacques said. "That he needed the money for opium. Did you hear that?" I had heard it. It was a newspaper speculation which, however, I had reasons of my own for believing, remembering the extent of Giovanni's desperation, knowing how far this terror, which was so vast that it had simply become a void, had driven him. "Me, I want to escape," he had told me. "Javer em evader. This dirty world, this dirty body. I never wished to make love again with anything more than the body." Jacques waited for me to answer. I stared out into the street. I was beginning to think of Giovanni dying. Where Giovanni had been there would be nothing, nothing forever. "I hope it's not my fault," Jacques said at last. "One didn't give him the money. If I'd known, I would have given him everything I had." But we both knew this was not true. "You two together," Jacques suggested. "You weren't happy together?" "No," I said. I stood up. "It might have been better," I said, "if he'd stayed down there in that village of his in Italy and planted his olive trees and had a lot of children and beaten his wife. He used to love to sing." I remembered suddenly. Maybe he could have stayed down there and sung his life away and died in bed. Then Jacques said something that surprised me. "People are full of surprises, even for themselves, if they have been stirred enough. Nobody can stay in the Garden of Eden," Jacques said. And then, "I wonder why." I said nothing. I said goodbye and left him. Hella had long since returned from Spain, and we were already arranging to rent this house, and I had a date to meet her. I have thought about Jacques' question since. The question is banal, but one of the real troubles with living is that living is so banal. Everyone, after all, goes the same dark road, and the road has a trick of being most dark, most treacherous, when it seems most bright, and it's true that nobody stays in the Garden of Eden. Jacques' garden was not the same as Giovanni's, of course. Jacques' garden was involved with football players and Giovanni's was involved with maidens, but that seems to have made so little difference. Perhaps everybody has a Garden of Eden, I don't know. But they have scarcely seen their garden before they see the flaming sword. Then, perhaps, life only offers the choice of remembering the garden or forgetting it. Either or, it takes strength to remember, it takes another kind of strength to forget, it takes a hero to do both. People who remember court madness through pain, the pain of the perpetually recurring death of their innocence. People who forget court another kind of madness, the madness of the denial of pain and the hatred of innocence. And the world is mostly divided between madmen who remember and madmen who forget. Heroes are rare. Jacques had not wanted to have supper in his apartment because his cook had run away. His cooks were always running away. He was always getting young boys from the provinces, God knows how, to come up and be cooks. And they, of course, as soon as they were able to find their way around the capital, decided that cooking was the last thing they wanted to do. They usually ended up going back to the provinces, those, that is, who did not end up on the streets or in jail or in Indochina. I met him at a rather nice restaurant on the Rue de Grenelle and arranged to borrow 10,000 francs from him before we had finished our aperitifs. He was in a good mood and I, of course, was in a good mood too, and this meant that we would end up drinking in Jacques' favorite bar, a noisy, crowded, ill-fit sort of tunnel of dubious or perhaps not dubious at all of rather too emphatic reputation. Every once in a while it was raided by the police, apparently with the connivance of Guillaume, the patron, who always managed, on the particular evening, to warn his favorite customers that if they were not armed with identification papers they might be better off elsewhere. I remember that the bar, that night, was more than ordinarily crowded and noisy. All of the habitués were there and many strangers, some looking, some just staring. There were 3 or 4 very chic Parisian ladies sitting at a table with their gigolos or their lovers or perhaps simply their country cousins. God knows. The ladies seemed extremely animated. Their males seemed rather stiff. The ladies seemed to be doing most of the drinking. There were the usual paunchy, bespectacled gentlemen with avid, sometimes despairing eyes, the usual knife-blade lean, tight-trousered boys. One could never be sure, as concerns these latter, whether they were after money or blood or love. They moved about the bar incessantly, cadging cigarettes and drinks, with something behind their eyes at once terribly vulnerable and terribly hard. There were, of course, Les Falls, always dressed in the most improbable combinations, screaming like parrots the details of their latest love affairs. Their love affairs always seemed to be hilarious. Occasionally one would swoop in, quite late in the evening, to convey the news that he, but they always called each other she, had just spent time with a celebrated movie star or boxer. Then all of the others closed in on this newcomer and they looked like a peacock garden and sounded like a barnyard. I always found it difficult to believe that they ever went to bed with anybody, for a man who wanted a woman would certainly have rather had a real one, and a man who wanted a man would certainly not want one of them. Perhaps, indeed, that was why they screamed so loud. There was the boy who worked all day, it was said, in the post office, who came out at night wearing makeup and earrings and with his heavy blonde hair piled high. Sometimes he actually wore a skirt and high heels. He usually stood alone unless Guillaume walked over to tease him. People said that he was very nice, but I confess that his utter grotesqueness made me uneasy. Perhaps in the same way that the sight of monkeys eating their own excrement turns some people's stomachs. They might not mind so much if monkeys did not, so grotesquely, resemble human beings. This bar was practically in my quartier, and I had many times had breakfast in the nearby workingman's cafe to which all the nightbirds of the neighborhood retired when the bars closed. Sometimes I was with Hella. Sometimes I was alone. And I had been in this bar two or three times. Once very drunk, I had been accused of causing a minor sensation by flirting with a soldier. My memory of that night was happily very dim, and I took the attitude that no matter how drunk I may have been, I could not possibly have done such a thing. But my face was known and I had the feeling that people were taking bets about me. Or, it was as though they were the elders of some strange and austere holy order and were watching me in order to discover, by means of signs I made but which only they could read, whether or not I had a true vocation. Jacques was aware, I was aware, as we pushed our way to the bar. It was like moving into the field of a magnet or like approaching a small circle of heat, of the presence of a new barman. He stood, insolent and dark and leonine, his elbow leaning on the cash register, his fingers playing with his chin, looking out at the crowd. It was as though his station were a promontory and we were the sea. Jacques was immediately attracted. I felt him, so to speak, preparing himself for conquest. I felt the necessity for tolerance. "I'm sure," I said, "that you'll want to get to know the barman, so I'll vanish any time you like." There was, in this tolerance of mind, a fund, by no means meager, of malicious knowledge. I had drawn on it when I called him up to borrow money. I knew that Jacques could only hope to conquer the boy before us if the boy was, in effect, for sale. And if he stood with such arrogance on an auction block, he could certainly find bidders richer and more attractive than Jacques. I knew that Jacques knew this. I knew something else. That Jacques' vaunted affection for me was involved with desire, the desire, in fact, to be rid of me, to be able soon to despise me as he now despised that army of boys who had come, without love, to his bed. I held my own against this desire by pretending that Jacques and I were friends, by forcing Jacques, on pain of humiliation, to pretend this. I pretended not to see, although I exploited it, the lust not quite sleeping in his bright, bitter eyes, and, by means of the rough, male candor with which I conveyed to him his case was hopeless, I compelled him endlessly to hope. And I knew, finally, that in bars such as these I was Jacques' protection. As long as I was there the world could see and he could believe that he was out with me, his friend. He was not there out of desperation. He was not at the mercy of whatever adventure, chance, cruelty, or the laws of actual and emotional poverty might throw his way. "You stay right here," said Jacques. "I'll look at him from time to time and talk to you, and that way I'll save money. And stay happy, too." "I wonder where Guillaume found him," I said. For he was so exactly the kind of boy that Guillaume always dreamed of that it scarcely seemed possible that Guillaume could have found him. "What will you have?" he now asked us. His tone conveyed that, though he spoke no English, he knew that we had been speaking about him and hoped we were through. "Un fine à l'eau," I said, and "un cognac," said Jacques, both speaking too quickly, so that I blushed and realized by a faint merriment on Giovanni's face as he served us that he had seen it. Jacques, willfully misinterpreting Giovanni's nuance of a smile, made of it an opportunity. "You're new here?" he asked in English. Giovanni almost certainly understood the question, but it suited him better to look blankly from Jacques to me and then back again at Jacques. Jacques translated his question. Giovanni shrugged. I have been here a month, he said. I knew where the conversation was going, and I kept my eyes down and sipped my drink. It must, Jacques suggested, with a sort of bludgeoning insistence on the light touch, seem very strange to you. Strange? Asked Giovanni. Why? And Jacques giggled. I was suddenly ashamed that I was with him. These men. And I knew that voice, breathless, insinuating, high as no girl's had ever been, and hot, suggesting, somehow, the absolutely motionless, deadly heat which hangs over swamp ground in July. All these men, he gasped, and so few women. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Ah, said Giovanni, and turned away to serve another customer. No doubt the women are waiting at home. I'm sure one's waiting for you, insisted Jacques, to which Giovanni did not respond. Well, that didn't take long, said Jacques, half to me, half to the space which had just held Giovanni. Aren't you glad you stayed? You've got me all to yourself. Oh, you're handling it all wrong, I said. He's mad for you. He just doesn't want to seem too anxious. Order him a drink. Find out where he likes to buy his clothes. Tell him about that cunning little Alfa Romeo you're just dying to give away to some deserving bartender. Very funny, said Jacques. Well, I said, faint heart never won fair athlete, that's for sure. Anyway, I'm sure he sleeps with girls. They always do, you know. I've heard about boys who do that. Nasty little beasts. We stood in silence for a while. Why don't you invite him to have a drink with us? Jacques suggested. I looked at him. Why don't I? Well, you may find this hard to believe, but actually, I'm sort of queer for girls myself. If that was his sister looking so good, I'd invite her to have a drink with us. I don't spend money on men. I could see Jacques struggling not to say that I didn't have any objection to allowing men to spend money on me. I watched his brief struggle with a slight smile, for I knew he couldn't say it. Then he said, with that cheery, brave smile of his, I was not suggesting that you jeopardize, even for a moment, that, he paused, that immaculate manhood which is your pride and joy. I only suggested that you invite him because he will almost certainly refuse if I invite him. But man, I said, grinning, think of the confusion. He'll think that I'm the one who's lusting for his body. How do we get out of that? If there should be any confusion, said Jacques with dignity, I will be happy to clear it up. We measured each other for a moment. Then I laughed. Wait till he comes back this way. I hope he orders a magnum of the most expensive champagne in France. I turned, leaning on the bar. I felt somehow elated. Jacques, beside me, was very quiet, suddenly very frail and old, and I felt a quick, sharp, rather frightened pity for him. Giovanni had been out on the floor, serving the people at tables, and he now returned with a rather grim smile on his face, carrying a loaded tray. Maybe, I said, it would look better if our glasses were empty. We finished our drinks. I set down my glass. Barman, I called. The same. Yes. He started to turn away. Barman, I said quickly, we would like to offer you a drink if we may. Bien, said a voice behind us. C'est fort ca. Not only have you finally, thank heaven, corrupted this great American football player, you use him now to corrupt my barman. Vraiment, Jacques, at your age. It was Guillaume standing behind us, grinning like a movie star, and waving that long white handkerchief which he was never, in the bar at any rate, to be seen without. Jacques turned, hugely delighted to be accused of such rare seductiveness, and he and Guillaume fell into each other's arms like old theatrical sisters. Eh bien, ma chérie, comment vas-tu? I have not seen you for a long time, but I have been awfully busy, said Jacques. I don't doubt it. Aren't you ashamed? Vieille fall? Et toy? You certainly don't seem to have been wasting your time. And Jacques threw a delighted look in the direction of Giovanni, rather as though Giovanni were a valuable racehorse or a rare bit of china. Guillaume followed the look and his voice dropped. Ah, say, mon cher, c'est strictement du business, comprends-tu? They moved a little away. This left me surrounded, abruptly, with an awful silence. At last I raised my eyes and looked at Giovanni, who was watching me. I think you offered me a drink, he said. Yes, I said. I offered you a drink. I drink no alcohol while I work, but I will take a Coca-Cola. He picked up my glass. And for you? It is the same? The same. I realized that I was quite happy to be talking with him, and this realization made me shy. And I felt menaced since Jacques was no longer at my side. Then I realized that I would have to pay, for this round anyway. It was impossible to tug Jacques' sleeve for the money as though I were his ward. I coughed and put my 10,000 franc note on the bar. "You are rich," said Giovanni, and set my drink before me. But no, I simply have no change. He grinned. I could not tell whether he grinned because he thought I was lying or because he knew I was telling the truth. In silence, he took the bill and rang it up and carefully counted out my change on the bar before me. Then he filled his glass and went back to his original position at the cash register. I felt a tightening in my chest. "À la vatri," he said. "À la vatri." We drank. "You are an American?" he asked at last. "Yes," I said. "From New York." "Ah, I am told that New York is very beautiful. Is it more beautiful than Paris?" "Oh no," I said. "No city is more beautiful than Paris." "It seems the very suggestion that one could be is enough to make you very angry," grinned Giovanni. "Forgive me. I was not trying to be heretical." Then, more soberly and as though to appease me, "Two must like Paris very much." "I like New York too," I said, uncomfortably aware that my voice had a defensive ring. "But New York is very beautiful in a very different way." Defensive ring, but New York is very beautiful in a very different way. He frowned. "In what way?" "No one," I said, "who has never seen it can possibly imagine it. It's very high and new and electric. Exciting." I paused. It's hard to describe. His smile made me feel a little foolish. "Well," I said, "Paris is old, is many centuries. You feel, in Paris, all the time gone by. That isn't what you feel in New York." He was smiling. I stopped. "What do you feel in New York?" he asked. "Perhaps you feel," I told him, "all the time to come. There's such power there. Everything is in such movement. You can't help wondering. I can't help wondering what it will all be like many years from now. Many years from now? When we are dead and New York is old." "Yes," I said. "When everyone is tired, when the world, for Americans, is not so new." "I don't see why the world is so new for Americans," said Giovanni. "After all, you are all merely emigrants. And you did not leave Europe so very long ago. The ocean is very wide," I said. "We have led different lives than you. Things have happened to us there which have never happened here. Surely you can understand that this would make us a different people." "Ah, if it had only made you a different people 1 foot," he laughed. "But it seems to have turned you into another species. You are not, are you, on another planet? For I suppose that would explain everything." "I admit," I said with some heat, for I do not like to be laughed at, "that we may sometimes give the impression that we think we are. But we are not on another planet, no. And neither, my friend, are you." He grinned again. "I will not," he said, "argue that most unlucky fact." We were silent for a moment. Giovanni moved to serve several people at either end of the bar. Guillaume and Jacques were still talking. Guillaume seemed to be recounting one of his interminable anecdotes which invariably pivoted on the hazards of business or the hazards of love, and Jacques' mouth was stretched in a rather painful grin. I knew that he was dying to get back to the bar. Giovanni placed himself before me again and began wiping the bar with a damp cloth. "The Americans are funny. You have a funny sense of time, or perhaps you have no sense of time at all, I can't tell. Time always sounds like a parade chez vous, a triumphant parade, like armies with banners entering a town. As though, with enough time, and that would not need to be so very much for Americans, and a si pas." And he smiled, giving me a mocking look, but I said nothing. "Well then," he continued, "as though with enough time and all that fearful energy and virtue you people have, everything will be settled, solved, put in its place. And when I say everything," he added grimly, "I mean all the serious, dreadful things, like pain and death and love, in which you Americans do not believe. What makes you think we don't? And what do you believe? I don't believe in this nonsense about time. Time is just common, it's like water for a fish. Everybody's in this water, nobody gets out of it, or if he does the same thing happens to him that happens to the fish, he dies. And you know what happens in this water, time? The big fish eat the little fish. That's all. The big fish eat the little fish and the ocean doesn't care. Oh, please, I said. I don't believe that. Time's hot water and we're not fish and you can choose to be eaten and also not to eat. Not to eat, I added quickly, turning a little red before his delighted and sardonic smile. The little fish, of course. To choose, cried Giovanni, turning his face away from me and speaking, it appeared, to an invisible ally who had been eavesdropping on this conversation all along. To choose. He turned to me again. Ah, you are really an American. J'adore votre enthusiasm. I adore yours, I said politely, though it seems to be a blacker brand than mine. Anyway, he said mildly, I don't see what you can do with little fish except eat them. What else are they good for? In my country, I said, feeling a subtle war within me as I said it. The little fish seem to have gotten together and are nibbling at the body of the whale. That will not make them whales, said Giovanni. The only result of all that nibbling will be that there will no longer be any grandeur anywhere, not even at the bottom of the sea. Is that what you have against us? That we're not grand? He smiled like someone who, faced with the total inadequacy of the opposition, is prepared to drop the argument. Put-etry, you people are impossible, I said. You're the ones who killed grandeur off, right here in the city with paving stones. Talk about little fish. He was grinning. I stopped. Don't stop, he said, still grinning. I am listening. Don't stop, he said, still grinning. I am listening. I finished my drink. You people dumped all this murd on us, I said sullenly. And now you say we're barbaric because we stink. My sullenness delighted him. You're charming, he said. Do you always speak like this? No, I said and looked down. Almost never. There was something in him of the coquette. I am flattered then, he said, with a sudden, disconcerting gravity, which contained, nevertheless, the very faintest hint of mockery. And you, I said finally, have you been here long? Do you like Paris? He hesitated a moment and then grinned, suddenly looking rather boyish and shy. It's cold in the winter, he said. I don't like that. And Parisians? I do not find them so very friendly, do you? He did not wait for my answer. They are not like the people I knew when I was younger. In Italy we are friendly, we dance and sing and make love. But these people, and he looked out over the bar, and then at me and finished his Coca-Cola. These people, they are cold, I do not understand them. But the French say, I teased, that the Italians are too fluid, too volatile, have no sense of measure. Measure, cried Giovanni. Ah, these people and their measure. They measure the gram, the centimeter, these people, and they keep piling all the little scraps they save.
Hello guys. Never mind.
What?
Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
Hawk out!
Drop in a smoke.
Here!
Enemy spotted B. Reloading. Oh, reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
Buried.
Our spike is down.
Dropped.
Spike down B.
Spotted B.
Healing over here.
Last player standing.
That's three. I got the spike.
One enemy remaining.
4 down.
30 seconds left.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed. Hawk out. Blinded.
A.
How did I
Nice.
get this powerful? Sky, I am so proud. Keep fighting.
Find the weak point and break it.
Dropping smoke.
Reloading. Cutting their vision. Die. Cutting their vision.
Spike carrier's down. I got the spike.
Spike down, B.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted, B.
Reloading. Not ready yet.
One enemy remaining.
Miles ready.
Zig.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters. Right here.
Reloading! Aguas, keep your guard up. Reloading!
Dropping smokes.
Dizzy's up top!
Hawk out.
Somebody's there. Wingman's gonna plant spike.
My ult ready.
Wall raised. Reloading. Here. Target down.
One enemy remaining.
For you.
Go away, go away.
Stay keen. They don't have to be good to be dangerous.
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it. Need a drop.
Let's go for the
Dropped. Thank you.
Reloading!
They will cover!
dropping smokes. Reloading.
Reloading. Up you go! Dizzy has target.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
One day. You had your fun. My turn. That's great.
Damn. I never thought I'd have beef with myself, you know?
Need a drop.
I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna save.
Need a drop. Thank you.
smoke. Reloading. Reloading.
Go to the smokes.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted. Reloading.
Sage, can you hear me, please? Sage, in, please.
Reloading. Enemies.
Rotate.
Hawk out. Blinded. Enemy spotted B.
That's spike, Wings. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Thrash is ready. It's all you, little homie.
No peeking.
Thrash got
Not
him.
ready yet. Finished.
Last player standing.
Have one of these. Yous don't get a reset button. So
Help a
stay
girl out,
alive,
would ya?
please.
Sage, can you
Cheers,
buy me,
mate.
please? Thank you. I'm taking it.
I'm gonna save. Need a drop. Thank you. I'm gonna save.
Come on then.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted A. Dropping smokes.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted mid.
Not ready yet.
Hawk out. One left. Enemy A.
Oh yeah.
Spike down
Monster on
A.
the loose.
Last player standing.
Sorry. Inside joke.
Reloading.
That's all they get. No peeking. Enemy spotted B.
B. Up the way.
Dropping a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Reloading. Plant the spike.
Wingman's planting.
Gun here.
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
Reloading.
That's right. You tell him.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip.
One guy's mid. All mid guy.
Don't give them ground.
Dizzy's up.
Drop in a smoke. Get out of my way. Reloading.
One down. Enemy spotted mid.
No peeking.
Sick. My ult's ready.
Spike down.
I got the
Spike down mid.
I know exactly where you are.
See nothing. Enemy spotted mid. Your duty is not over.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Rain is low, by the way. I'm coming from behind.
You are in our way.
Is it?
If you see one of my creatures, it's a good thing, alright? We'll figure out what they do eventually.
Up you go.
No peeking.
Someone's there.
Reloading. Enemy spotted me.
Reloading.
Another one mid, another one mid.
Reloading.
Spike carrier's down. My ult is
Spike
ready.
down mid.
I got the spike.
Go one side, go one side. Just run.
Enemy
Run,
spotted mid.
One enemy remaining.
Gecko was mid.
Spike planted.
Maybe flank.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
Last player standing.
Don't ult, don't ult. You got this. Just run.
Yeah, don't worry.
That was
Is it?
We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
Go full A, go full A. I'm gonna pick.
I will smoke on mid and we go A.
Okay. Don't smoke, actually. I'm gonna pick.
The hunt begins.
Behind you, Clue, behind you. Damn.
Reloading.
Go. I'm gonna save.
Cállate. Rash is ready. It's all you, little homie.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Last enemy taken out. Time to stock back up.
Cutting their vision.
No
That's
peeking.
spike, Wings. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Yeah,
Spike sticky. Thanks, little man.
Gotcha. Fun. Refreshing.
Multiple enemies
Up and away. Cutting their vision.
Enemy spotted B. Right here.
One enemy remaining.
Don't get that.
I got you, Sky.
Last round before the switch.
Thank you,
We
thank you.
cannot keep our goods after this. Spend all.
Oh,
Anyone need anything?
no problem. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Time to mobilize my pack. Barrier clear.
Spike down A.
Sleep tight. Healing you.
Healing sent. One enemy remaining.
No drama.
I got you right now.
Switching sides.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you'd think.
Forward.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy B.
I need healing. It's full A, guys. Rotate.
Full A,
fast.
full A, full A, full A.
They're on site planting.
Enemy spotted B.
Sana, sana. Spike planted.
Church, can you hear me?
Rotate, guys, rotate, guys. Go away, go away.
Church,
Not
can you
ready.
please?
Dizzy's up top. I got you, I got you.
Opponent killed.
Sage doesn't have a heal right now.
Healing over here.
Heal him.
For you. Enemy spotted. Ended.
I don't think you have time.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, just save. Don't die.
Clutch.
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need healing.
Let's keep on vibing.
Drop in a smoke.
Somebody's there.
No way. Sorry.
Full B, guys. Full B. Help me.
Enemies are being.
Spike down B.
Spotted B.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
Looking is looking. You know, I could just outlive them.
Sage roll B and everyone
Nah,
like
bullets
three
are
go
quicker.
A and Sage go B on the wall. Someone go with her. Sky, come on A. We need your heals in case.
I go B, nobody's B.
Close smoke.
No
B.
peeking.
Can be.
Drop in a smoke.
Rotate, Gecko, rotate.
Oh my god. Two mid.
I need the heal.
Multiple enemies B.
Nice one.
Healing you.
That's three. Spike
Spotted B.
One
My
enemy
ult's
remaining.
Ace again, maybe?
Forgive me if I don't grab.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Someone take this gun.
Gun here.
Thank you.
No worries.
I got yous, okay? Dizzy has targets.
Drop in a smoke.
Can be.
No
Spike
peeking.
down A.
Okay, GG.
Right here.
Knocked him.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B. Careful here.
The hunt begins. One enemy remaining.
Dust.
Gun here.
We have spike.
Ugh.
No sight.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
Just wait. You have spike. Just chill. Check your right, maybe. No. You have spike.
10 seconds left.
Let's try. Cool.
Nice.
What will it be this time?
Need a drop.
Have any patterns emerged yet?
I'm gonna save.
Our employee safety team would like to reiterate that the thematic Radianite cookies being served in the cafeteria
Can someone
do
go?
not actually contain
No money.
of any kind.
Don't give them ground. Need a drop. Thank you.
No peeking.
It's B. I mean A.
Enemy B. Healing you. Finished.
It's full A. Three people were A. Cypher is still here.
I'm watching here.
Reloading!
Spike down B.
Mid, mid, mid. Clove is mid.
My ultimate is ready.
Smoke the left side. And Clove probably coming flank.
Drop in a smoke.
On left.
One enemy remaining.
Right here.
Everyone is off season. Match point.
A single battle between us and victory. I'm here to stay. Drop in a smoke.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Oh my god, mid.
Right here.
Up you go!
Enemy spotted B.
Clove probably has an up.
Spike planted.
Planting on A.
Have one of these. You had your fun. My turn.
Removed. That's three.
All
Enemy
smokes guy.
spotted A. Seek them out.
My buddy's defusing.
Why did I sign up for this shit?
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Well, nice try.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's it?
Anyone need anything?
110 on Siege.
No peeking.
Take the sheriff if you want Siege.
Gotcha.
Still B.
One dead.
I know exactly where
Cypher
you
is low.
are.
Spike planted.
No peeking. Sorry, not sorry. My ult is ready.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Dafty. Ugh,
Nice try.
I can't use that. Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Can someone get this?
Let's go, guys. We only need one
I'm gonna
more.
save.
Mindful of your surroundings when approaching a rift.
I love this part. Get out of my way. Drop in a smoke.
Clove is
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted.
Spike down B.
80 on.
One enemy remaining.
She's on site.
Spike planted.
Dropping smokes.
Gecko defuse hold for him.
Here, catch.
Last player standing.
Did you help us? You left.
Clutch.
Lock in, guys, lock in. Only one more round, please.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
Go full specters, maybe. Clove, can you smoke here?
Of course. Two or only one?
No, no, just one.
Find the weak point.
And break it. No peeking.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
You're done.
Spike planted.
A.
Wall raised.
She's still
No
gunning
peeking.
for ya!
Enemy back like I never left.
Last player standing.
I'm the last thing they'll see before
Help
they
a girl
die.
out, would you?
Lucky them.
I'm gonna save.
Locking, guys, please.
We win. We survive.
Drop in a smoke.
Rotate, guys. Everyone.
Spike planted.
Can you revive, please?
Last player standing.
Never mind. Just keep the watch for next round. Sage wall B. Clove smoke A.
If you must fall, then fall near
Help
me.
a girl out, would ya?
I'm gonna save.
Go full specters, maybe. No one pick mid, no one. Don't speak, Gecko, don't speak.
No peeking.
Mid.
B.
Why is no one on B, guys?
Mid, there is two mid.
Enemy mid for you.
Say heal me, please.
How the fuck can you revive, please?
You had your fun. My turn.
No one gets close to mid. Just run, run, run.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Just take the gun and save, maybe.
Yeah.
You're very low. You can use the smoke if you want to close it.
No peeking.
No, no, don't speak, don't speak.
Here, catch. I know what must be done.
Help a girl out, would you?
Blocking, guys, please.
Gun here.
Give me
3 go A. 3 go A.
Ares, Ares.
Clove go A. Me and,
Give me Ares, Ares. Thank you. Thank you.
It's B, I think. Yeah, it's B, it's B.
One down. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Not sorry.
Enemy spotted B.
Someone's there.
Defenders win.
Run, little man.
One on top of the other, year in and year out, all in the stocking or under the bed, and what do they get out of all this measure? A country which is falling to pieces, measure by measure, before their eyes. Measure. I do not like to offend your ears by saying all the things I am sure these people measure before they permit themselves any act whatever. May I offer you a drink now? He asked suddenly. Before the old man comes back? Who is he? Is he your uncle? I did not know whether the word uncle was being used euphemistically or not. I felt a very urgent desire to make my position clear, but I did not know how to go about it. I laughed. No, I said, Lai is not my uncle. He is just somebody I know. Giovanni looked at me, and this look made me feel that no one in my life had ever looked at me directly before. One hope he is not very dear to you, he said with a smile, because I think he is silly. Not a bad man, you understand, just a little silly. Perhaps, I said, and at once felt like a traitor. He's not bad, I added quickly. He's really a pretty nice guy. That's not true either. I thought he's far from being a nice guy. Anyway, I said, he's certainly not very dear to me, and, from being a nice guy. Anyway, I said, he's certainly not very dear to me, and felt again at once this strange tightening in my chest and wondered at the sound of my voice. Carefully now, Giovanni poured my drink. Vive l'Amérique, he said. Thank you, I said, and lifted my glass. Vive le vieux continent. We were silent for a moment. Do you come in here often? Asked Giovanni suddenly. No, I said. Not very often. But you will come. he teased, with a wonderful, mocking light on his face. More often now? I stammered. Why? Ah! Cried Giovanni. Don't you know when you have made a friend? I knew I must look foolish and that my question was foolish too. So soon? Why no? He said reasonably and looked at his watch. We can wait another hour if you like. We can become friends then. Or we can wait until closing time. We can become friends then. Or we can wait until tomorrow. Only that means that you must come in here tomorrow and perhaps you have something else to do. He put his watch away and leaned both elbows on the bar. Tell me, he said, what is this thing about time? Why is it better to be late than early? People are always saying, we must wait, we must wait. What are they waiting for? Well, I said, feeling myself being led by Giovanni into deep and dangerous water. I guess people wait in order to make sure of what they feel. In order to make sure. He turned again to that invisible ally and laughed again. I was beginning, perhaps, to find his phantom a little unnerving, but the sound of his laughter in that airless tunnel was the most incredible sound. It's clear that you are a true philosopher. He pointed a finger at my heart. And when you have waited, has it made you sure? For this I could simply summon no answer. From the dark, crowded center of the bar someone called, Garçon. And he moved away from me, smiling. Two can wait now. And tell me how sure you have become when I return. And he took his round metal tray and moved out into the crowd. I watched him as he moved. And then I watched their faces watching him. And then I was afraid. I knew that they were watching, had been watching both of us. They knew that they had witnessed a beginning and now they would not cease to watch until they saw the end. It had taken some time, but the tables had been turned. Now I was in the zoo and they were watching. I stood at the bar for quite a while alone. For Jacques had escaped from Guillaume but was now involved, poor man, with two of the knife blade boys. Guillaume but was now involved, poor man, with two of the knife blade boys. Giovanni came back for an instant and winked. Are you sure? You win. You're the philosopher. Oh, you must wait some more. You do not yet know me well enough to say such a thing. And he filled his tray and disappeared again. Now someone whom I had never seen before came out of the shadows toward me. It looked like a mummy or a zombie. This was the first, overwhelming impression of something walking after it had been put to death. And it walked, really, like someone who might be sleepwalking or like those figures in slow motion one sometimes sees on the screen. It carried a glass. It walked on its toes. The flat hips moved with a dead, horrifying lasciviousness. It seemed to make no sound. This was due to the roar of the bar, which was like the roaring of the sea, heard at night from far away. It glittered in the dim fight. The thin, black hair was violent with oil, combed forward, hanging in bangs. The eyelids gleamed with mascara, the mouth raged with lipstick. The face was white and thoroughly bloodless with some kind of foundation cream. It stank of powder and a gardenia-like perfume. The shirt, open coquettishly to the navel, revealed a hairless chest and a silver crucifix. The shirt was covered with round, paper-thin wafers, red and green and orange and yellow and blue, which stormed in the light and made one feel that the mummy might, at any moment, disappear in flame. A red sash was around the waist. The clinging pants were a surprisingly somber gray. He wore buckles on his shoes. I was not sure that he was coming towards me, but I could not take my eyes away. He stopped before me, one hand on his hip, looked me up and down and smiled. He had been eating garlic and his teeth were very bad. His hands, I noticed with an unbelieving shock, were very large and strong. Eh bien, he said. I'll plate? Comment, I said. I really was not sure I had heard him right, though the bright, bright eyes, looking, it seemed, at something amusing within the recess of my skull, did not leave much room for doubt. You like him, the barman? I did not know what to do or say. It seemed impossible to hit him. It seemed impossible to get angry. It did not seem real, he did not seem real. Besides, no matter what I said, those eyes would mock me with it. I said, as drilly as I could, how does that concern you? But it concerns me not at all, darling. Je m'en fous. Then please get the hell away from me. He did not move at once, but smiled at me again. Il est dangereux, tu sais. And for a boy like you, he is very dangerous. I looked at him. I almost asked him what he meant. Go to hell, I said, and turned my back. Oh no, he said, and I looked at him again. He was laughing, showing all his teeth. There were not many. "Oh no," he said, "I go not to hell." And he clutched his crucifix with one large hand. "But you, my dear friend, I fear that you shall burn in a very hot fire." He laughed again. "Oh, such fire!" He touched his head. "Here," and he writhed, as though in torment. "Everywhere," and he touched his heart. "And here," and he looked at me with malice and mockery and something else. He looked at me as though I were very far away. "Oh, my poor friend, so young, so strong, so handsome. Will you not buy me a drink? Vieti faire fautre." His face crumpled in the sorrow of infants and of very old men. The sorrow, also, of certain aging actresses who were renowned in their youth for their fragile, childlike beauty. The dark eyes narrowed in spite and fury, and the scarlet mouth turned down like the mask of tragedy. "Torah du chagrin," he said. "You will be very unhappy. Remember that I told you so." And he straightened, as though he were a princess, and moved, flaming, away through the crowd. Then Jacques spoke at my elbow. "Everyone in the bar," he said, "is talking about how beautifully you and the barman have hit it off." He gave me a radiant and vindictive smile. "I trust there has been no confusion?" I looked down at him. I wanted to do something to his cheerful, hideous, worldly face which would make it impossible for him ever again to smile at anyone the way he was smiling at me. Then I wanted to get out of this bar, out into the air, perhaps to find Hella, my suddenly so sorely menaced girl. "There's been no confusion," I snapped. "Don't you go getting confused, either." "I think I can safely say," said Jacques, "that I have scarcely ever been less confused than I am at this moment." He had stopped smiling. He gave me a look which was dry, bitter, and impersonal. And, at the risk of losing forever your so remarkably candid friendship, let me tell you something. Confusion is a luxury which only the very, very young can possibly afford, and you are not that young anymore. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "Let's have another drink." "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "Let's have another drink." I felt that I had better get drunk. Now Giovanni went behind the bar again and winked at me. Jacques' eyes never left my face. I turned rudely from him and faced the bar again. He followed me. "The same," said Jacques. "Certainly," said Giovanni. "That's the way to do it." He fixed our drinks. Jacques paid. I suppose I did not look too well, for Giovanni shouted at me playfully, "Eh? Are you drunk already?" I looked up and smiled. "To know how Americans drink," I said. "One haven't even started yet." "David is far from drunk," said Jacques. "He is only reflecting bitterly that he must get a new pair of suspenders." I could have killed Jacques. Yet it was only with difficulty that I kept myself from laughing. I made a face to signify to Giovanni that the old man was making a private joke, and he disappeared again. That time of evening had come when great batches of people were leaving and great batches were coming in. They would all encounter each other later anyway in the last bar, all those, that is, unlucky enough to be searching still at such an advanced hour. I could not look at Jacques, which he knew. He stood beside me, surniling at nothing, humming a tune. There was nothing I could say. I did not dare to mention Hella. I could not even pretend to myself that I was sorry she was in Spain. I was glad. I was utterly, hopelessly, horribly glad. I knew I could do nothing whatever to stop the ferocious excitement which had burst in me like a storm. I could only drink, in the faint hope that the storm might thus spend itself without doing any more damage to my land. But I was glad. I was only sorry that Jacques had been a witness. He made me ashamed. I hated him because he had now seen all that he had waited, often scarcely hoping, so many months to see. We had, in effect, been playing a deadly game, and he was the winner. He was the winner in spite of the fact that I had cheated to win. I wished, nevertheless, standing there at the bar, that I had been able to find in myself the force to turn and walk out, to have gone over to Montparnasse perhaps and picked up a girl. Any girl. I could not do it. I told myself all sorts of lies, standing there at the bar, but I could not move. And this was partly because I knew that it did not really matter anymore. It did not even matter if I never spoke to Giovanni again, for they had become visible as the wafers on the shirt of the flaming princess. They stormed all over me, my awakening, my insistent possibilities. That was how I met Giovanni. I think we connected the instant that we met, and remain connected still, in spite of our later separation to core, despite the fact that Giovanni will be rotting soon in unhallowed ground near Paris. Until I die, there will be those moments seeming to rise up out of the ground like Macbeth's witches, when his face will come before me, that face in all its changes, when the exact timbre of his voice and tricks of his speech will nearly burst my ears, when his smell will overpower my nostrils. Sometimes, in the days which are coming, God grant me the grace to live them. In the glare of the gray morning, sour-mouthed, eyelids raw and red, hair tangled and damp from my stormy sleep, facing, over coffee and cigarette smoke, last night's impenetrable, meaningless boy who will shortly rise and vanish like the smoke. I will see Giovanni again, as he was that night, so vivid, so winning, all of the light of that gloomy tunnel trapped around his head. Chapter 3. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Guillaume locked the door of the bar behind us. The streets were empty and gray. On a corner near the bar, a butcher had already opened his shop, and one could see him within, already bloody, hacking at the meat. One of the great, green Paris buses lumbered past, nearly empty, its bright electric flag waving fiercely to indicate a turn. A garçon de café spilled water on the sidewalk before his establishment and swept it into the gutter. At the end of the long, curving street which faced us were the trees of the boulevard and straw chairs piled high before cafés and the great stone spire of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, the most magnificent spire, as Hella and I believed, in Paris. The street beyond the place stretched before us to the river and, hidden beside and behind us, meandered to Montparnasse. It was named for an adventurer who sowed a crop in Europe which is being harvested until today. I had often walked the street, sometimes with Hella, towards the river, often without her, towards the girls of Montparnasse. Not very long ago either, though it seemed that morning to have occurred in another life. We were going to Les Halles for breakfast. We piled into a taxi, the four of us unpleasantly crowded together, a circumstance which elicited from Jacques and Guillaume a series of lewd speculations. This lewdness was particularly revolting in that it not only failed of wit, it was so clearly an expression of contempt and self-contempt. It bubbled upward out of them like a fountain of black water. It was clear that they were tantalizing themselves with Giovanni and me, and this set my teeth on edge. But Giovanni leaned back against the taxi window, allowing his arm to press my shoulder lightly, seeming to say that we should soon be rid of these old men and should not be distressed that their dirty water splashed. We would have no trouble washing it away. "Look," said Giovanni as we crossed the river. "This old whore, Paris, as she turns in bed, is very moving." I looked out, beyond his heavy profile, which was gray, from fatigue and from the light of the sky above us. The river was swollen and yellow. Nothing moved on the river. Barges were tied up along the banks. The island of the city widened away from us, bearing the weight of the cathedral. Beyond this, dimly, through speed and mist, one made out the individual roofs of Paris, their myriad, squat chimney stacks very beautiful and varicolored under the pearly sky. Mist clung to the river, softening that army of trees, softening those stones, hiding the city's dreadful corkscrew alleys and dead-end streets, clinging like a curse to the men who slept beneath the bridges. One of whom flashed by beneath us, very black and lone, walking along the river. "Some rats have gone in," said Giovanni, "and now other rats come out." He smiled bleakly and looked at me. To my surprise, he took my hand and held it. "Have you ever slept under a bridge?"
Drop in a smoke.
Let's go,
Someone is
guys.
B. Someone is B.
Reloading.
Reloading. For you.
Show me a target. Making cover. Destabilize.
Refreshing.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Oh, this reminds me of this one time where I, actually, never mind.
Take them one by one.
Dropping smokes.
Healer killed.
You're finished.
Reloading.
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 Destabilizing. Enemy spotted. Reloading.
Reloading.
Down. I have this break.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
It's gonna be hard. Okay.
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime scene etiquette.
Took a ghost. Let's took a Norris. Let's took Norris. Or let's see.
I will hold up the sky.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Dropping smokes.
Spike down A.
Stopping fire.
You plum.
Last player standing.
Still in sight. My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
No charges. Right here. Right here.
We need a new approach.
Drop in a smoke.
Fire's out.
No charges.
My ultimate is ready. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. Don't worry. I got the straggler.
Bet they're feeling frazzled. All right, muckers. Off we go. Dropping smokes.
Ay, corazón. They will cower. There. Enemy spotted. Defender spawn.
Enemy spotted. Defender spawn. Stand aside. My ult is ready.
Plant the spike.
Spike planted.
Camera taken out.
Enemy spotted. Making cover. Reloading.
They found my wire. ايوه سلام عليك.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Enemy spotted A. I'm used to fighting the best and killing them. Reloading.
That should humble them.
Dropping smokes.
Pathetic. Enemy
You had your fun. My turn.
Careful.
Enemy defender spot.
Breaking them. Enemy spotted mid. Show me a target. Making cover.
Right here.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down B.
I have to
Hostile
spike.
removed.
Spike planted. Reloading.
My camera is destroyed.
No peeking.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
We know more than we did before. Let's use that.
Come on,
Can
guys.
someone get this?
Let's go, guys.
Get on with it. Dropping smokes. Barrier created. Spike planted.
No distraction.
Last player standing.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Aye, where to? Can someone get this? Thank you.
Go, go, B, go, B.
We will reveal their secrets.
I smoke. Go mid, go mid. There is wall in B.
Spike down mid. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Your fun. My turn.
Ace.
They will scurry, and then they will die.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Focusing. Stopping fire.
Your duty is not over.
For a moment, I saw them.
I shot somebody.
Where is everyone hiding? أيوة, سلام عليك. Camera taken out.
Dropping smokes. Not ready yet.
Thirty seconds left.
Someone's at defender's spawn.
10 seconds left.
Spike planted.
They found my wire. Reyna killed.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Here. Someone is B. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again. Can someone get this? Thank you.
Reyna, are you still with us?
Right here.
We win. We survive. I have the spike. Spike dropped.
Dropping smokes.
Got the spike.
I know exactly where you are.
Pew pew.
Last player standing.
If they try something, I'll see it.
Reloading. Reloading.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
Reload.
Reloading.
My eyes are down. They will cover.
Rotate to A. Rotate to A.
Cypher buried.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Last call for all the things we need to kill him with. Buy up.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop in a smoke.
Reloading. Enemy spotted
Good attempt.
Spike down A.
I have this.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
My turn.
Last player standing.
Cutting their vision. Cutting their vision.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh. 30 seconds left.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Switching sides.
Let them try to get through me.
Attackers win.
Yo,
Yo, hello.
how are you? Very good.
Good, good, and you?
Good, thanks. Let's go for the camp. You also are stuck in bronze 3.
Yeah, bro, I swear to God, the teammates are just so fucking bad.
Yeah, always. Have you ever picked the silver?
No, not really.
Me too.
We can try to get it today, maybe.
Okay, so which character do you play?
What did you say, sorry?
What is your main?
I don't have a main, to be honest, I play everything.
Oh, good.
Match found. Move or get zapped.
Sage also is good for walls in this tier, but play what you find easy to play.
What did you say, sorry?
Sage is good for walls in this map.
Are you hearing things?
No, I'm duoing.
Oh, my bad.
No.
Just played with Sharafanta. He's good.
You know what? If one of those lookalikes came over here and pretended
So,
to be one of you,
what did you say?
should I be able to tell the difference?
We just played against in the last match against Sharafanta. He's playing Sage now. He was playing Phoenix last time.
Oh, okay. Is he good?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay.
I was MVP in the last match, but the team was really bad.
Oh, nice, nice. Well played.
Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there.
Go fast, go fast.
I'm out of here.
Multiple enemies B. Reloading.
One dead.
Wingman's planting. Reloading.
This way.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Peace.
I'm out of here. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy
You fought
remaining.
well. Healing you. Ugh. Reloading. Boy,
Nice,
found
well
you.
played, guys.
My double thinks she can take
That's-
me? Bad call.
Let's go. Nick.
Saving. Go, go, go!
I must stop
There.
her, Reina.
Dizzy's up.
Someone is here.
Plant the spike.
Wingman's gonna
Coming
plant
through.
spike.
Area clear. Go, go, go! Enemy down. Reload.
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man. Right here.
Gotta go!
Cornball. Ah, she there.
Watch out!
One enemy
Bad
remaining.
move. Gotta go!
They were not good enough.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Let's make some chaos. There.
Dropping smoke. I'm out of here.
Reloading. Grenade. Right here. Watching.
Go, go, go!
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike
Go, go, go.
down
I
B.
have the spike.
Rotate, maybe rotate.
I'm
There's a
out
random
of
on my
here.
body.
Let's rotate.
Enemy removed. Many enemies B.
Go back, go back, go back. Go back, guys.
Be at peace.
Nice.
Reloading.
Reina was still
Gotta
also
go.
be careful.
One enemy remaining.
Satchel out. Satchel out. Gotta go. Shortcut. Wall raised. Light planted. End of story. I feel bad for them. I really do. Just not enough to stop winning.
I guess maybe this is not maybe it has just the same name, Sharafanta.
Yeah, I get it. Maybe he's just having a bad game.
I don't think so.
Dropping smokes.
It's not him. It's not him.
Maybe.
Have one of these.
Art.
Take this. I'm out of here.
Plants first.
Our spike's down.
Mid. Last player standing.
Oh.
Spike down B.
Check flank maybe.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
please?
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. What's up, fam?
Appreciate it.
I'm out of here. There.
You go A. Come A. Come A.
Gotta go.
I'm gonna pick
Let's
it
go.
real quick. Because I want up.
Okay.
Go, go, go. Gotta go.
The fun begins.
Reloading.
Come B maybe. Come B guys.
Good attempt.
Spike carrier's down.
120 right now.
Spike
Shield.
down mid.
Satchel out.
Go, go, go.
Get the spike and come back.
Here comes the party. Gotta go.
Nice well played.
I got spike.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Go, go, go.
Take the up if you can. Plant in the middle and just stay back with the up.
30 seconds left.
Go, go, go.
Plant the spike.
This way. Gotta go.
10
Spike
seconds
planted.
left.
I'm out of here.
Nothing. Oh, yeah.
Top.
Use your
Last player
Uh-huh.
standing.
Is it?
nice. Good job. Bro.
Let's do it again.
Can I go up?
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you so much.
Let's go A.
Yeah,
You
go-
fake
go A,
B.
you can-
Fake B.
Okay, okay.
I'm out of here.
Shift, guys. Come A. Come A. Let stage in B.
Up you go. Someone's there.
Go, go, go.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading. Enemy A.
Hi, I'm pissed.
You fought well.
This
Plant
way.
the spike, Wings.
One enemy remaining.
Take this. Hey, fight's not over, you know.
Go big, guys. Go big, guys.
Gotta go. There. Gotta go.
Shift, Gecko, shift.
Up and away. Someone's there. Yeah, it's like that. Reloading.
Back like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Saw you, little homie.
Satchel out.
Go, go, go.
Team Ace.
Well played, guys.
Ah, meus amores, we live another day.
Hey, little man, pump us up. Let's hear it.
I'm out of here.
You want to play? Let's play.
Don't speak, don't speak.
Dizzy's up top.
Or spike down. Have the spike.
Spike down B.
Thank you, Sage.
Enemy spotted
No worry.
B. Spike
I got
drop.
the spike.
Enemy spotted B. I'm out of here.
Flank.
Watch out.
Flank, guys. Behind.
Our spike's down.
Spike down B.
You blink.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Take the up and pick.
You will not kill my allies. I got spike.
One enemy remaining.
4 down.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Spike planted.
Go back. Use your wall and go back. Like long.
Coming through. Go, go, go.
Go. Fast. Nice. Just stay on the left in the corner. You can see from there. Nice.
And don't come back.
Good job. Thank you.
Nice. Not a step wrong, Leon. There.
Don't buy. Take my op.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Time to explode.
Go away.
Sorry. Nice, well played.
I'm out of here.
Okay.
Wingman's planting.
Dropping a scoop.
Dizzy's up.
Here. Yeah. This way. I'm out of here.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wing.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go. There. Gotta go.
Flank. Nice.
Not a chance.
Get him, wingman.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
I'm out of here.
Off we go.
I don't quit. There. There. Kia.
Up the hunt begins. Nah.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Enemy A.
Coming through.
Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
Go, go, go. Colorful.
Nice one.
Nice.
Go get him.
One enemy remaining.
They are easy, easy.
Yeah, easy game.
Vibe check. We feeling good? Hope so. Hope so.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go.
There.
Gun
Grab a
here.
drop.
Dizzy's
Gotta
up
go.
top.
Enemy spotted B.
Grenade. No peeking.
I'm out of here.
Bomb buddy out.
It's all
Drop
you,
in a
little
scope.
homie.
I'm out of here.
Plant the spike, wings.
Shortcut. Gotta go.
Spike planted. Thanks, wings.
Here goes the party.
Barrier created. Enemy spotted
Spotted
B.
B.
There.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
Last round before the switch.
We cannot keep our
Goods after this. Spend all.
Gotta go.
Appreciate it.
Let's flush them out. Gun here.
Thank you.
Satchel out. Satchel out. Dropping smokes.
Go, go, go.
Enemy spotted.
Wingman's planting.
One enemy remaining.
Spike's
You
ticking.
will
Thanks,
not
little man.
kill my allies.
Wait, wait, let's knife them, let's knife them. Come. Chill, 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 just camp.
Enemy spotted B. Wall raised. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
That's true. Good advice.
Gotta go.
can't even make a dent. Headshot.
There.
Enemy spotted mid.
Go get him.
If I told you that I'm
Last player
flat,
standing.
would you believe me?
Spike down.
That you are
Attacker
what?
spawn.
Barrier created.
If I told you that I'm flat, would you believe me?
I'm hearing kitchen.
No, no, I can't.
No? Okay.
After this fight with Neon, no, I can't.
Sorry.
No problem. I am bronze, by the way.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. Attacker spawn. Oh my god.
Nice
sorry.
try, nice try.
Pero like, why can't we just hug it out? Pinche Radianite.
Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Let's make him dance.
Taken out.
108 on stage mid.
Have one of these. Grenade. Go get him.
Last player standing.
Come on, Vlad, come on.
Reload, reload.
You can do it.
Reload,
Yeah.
Dragon.
Dizzy's up! Somebody's there! Mosh pit!
One enemy
I'll take
remaining.
it.
Dropping a smoke.
Ah, nice try.
I couldn't see my crosshair.
Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
Let's go from mid.
I'm out of here.
I have your back.
The hunt begins.
Oh my god, sorry, Riz. Oh my god.
Dropping a smoke.
Ah, he got me from back.
Got him. Thrash is ready.
Sage on mid. Ah, she's dead. Okay.
Reloading.
Up you go!
Reloading. Weapon here.
Nice shot, Raze. Heal, 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 heal. Sage, heal, heal. Heal, Raze.
For you.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Spike planted.
Ah, what is?
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Defuse.
Someone defuse.
Defuse.
Last player standing.
I will not die here. My ultimate is not ready.
Oh my god.
That's right.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, could I have a drop? Thank you. I'm out of here. Go, go, go! I'm out of here.
Oh shit, I lost my pet rock.
Go back, Gecko. I'm gonna wall.
Well done.
It's all you, little homie.
Multiple enemies beat.
Crash got a hit.
Reloading. Boom. Boom. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Go get him. You will not kill my ally.
Spike planted.
Grenade!
Nice try.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin. I'm out of here.
Right here. Somebody's there. Enemies are B.
Gotta go. Hi, I'm pissed.
80 Sage.
Here goes it.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Bye-bye. Go, go, go. Nice. Gotta go.
What's wrong with me? Sorry, guys.
Remember, bullets hurt. I'm saving. Go, go, go!
You want to play? Let's play.
I'm out of here.
Don't, please.
Gotta go.
Spike down A.
Rotate.
Running low. go, go! Go, go, go! Weapon here. I'm out of here.
And you're done.
Gotta go.
They're going to be in the aspect.
I'm out of here. Your duty is not over. Go, go, go.
Spike planted.
Thank.
One enemy remaining.
This way. Go, go, go.
70.
Reloading.
Nice.
Okay.
Dead. You're welcome. Reloading.
Match point.
They'll throw everything at us you can. Be ready.
Can someone buy me, please? Can someone get this?
Gotta go.
Appreciate it.
I'm out of here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go.
All right, muckers. Off we go. Wall raised.
Dizzy has targets.
They're A.
Reloading.
I saw them.
Here, catch. Grenade.
Sit down.
Bye. Reloading. Is
Chamber
ready.
is low.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike
Is it-
spotted B. Gotta go. Here we go. Satchel out.
She's
Reloading.
actually mid.
Almost out. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I never left.
Is it?
Defenders win.
I say, we'll rock. But seriously, when can we have the club here?
Good game, bro. I
Yeah.
gotta go.
Yeah, me too. Good game to you too. See you tomorrow.
Bye. See you
Have a
soon.
good night.